Good morning, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, what? Yeah, it's the 26th of December, 2025, 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I had a day and a half off there. Interesting, got a little work done. Tried to do some testing. So first of all, welcome. All of my times that I refer to and that are available on my charts here are the Central Standard Time. I don't have any kind of a financial whiz-bang license, so I'm not licensed to provide financial or trade advice. There's a disclaimer in the description. However, I do trade live, real money funded AMP account funded by me here on Bookmap. My charting over here is IRT, and I do backtesting and forward testing analysis here on IRT with this trading account simulated. When a trade fires in this, assuming that I've got the system as I think it should be, then I manually enter the trade over here. That's how I'm doing it this time. But this is live, real time, real money funded by myself, AMP Futures. So I'm not funded or monetized in any way on YouTube. So your likes and subs would be great and contribute to the chat. Again, not for financial advice, but I do trade live, and in my commitment to transparency and accountability, I narrate each and every move and step along the way. Now, the idea behind this is I don't multitask well, and so it's hard for me to be focusing on trading and screen snapping and doing all those kind of things that are required for a journal. So the idea here is that the video, everything on the video of my two primary monitors are captured, and then my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. Works out quite well. Everything I need to trade is here on the hard right edge, and let's get on with it now. The next order of business out are what's going on over here? I'm making sure the stream is streaming and everything is wonderful. Great. So the numbers out this morning are not exactly surprising that there's nothing going on, but this is Financial Juice. This is investing.com. Which is my go-to oldest news source. First, let me say that they're all free. Investing.com and Financial Juice are both free. I'm sure they would be tickled to death if you paid them, but you don't have to. My thinking is here to have everything I use the best I can accessible to anyone that would follow the stream. Now, obviously, Bookmap and IRT are, you pay for them. So there you go. The only news reports out we've got today are at 12 o'clock is the Baker Hughes stuff. And interestingly enough to me, which I was pretty surprised actually, notice that Financial Juice, here we go. Now they're picking up December. This wasn't here until this morning. Till just now. The only Financial Juice we had were all after the first of the year, as you see down here, which is kind of surprising. So they had pretty well written off this next week. This is, again, Financial Juice, also filterable for your time zone, what reports you want, just as is investing.com. I like investing.com because you can look at tomorrow, you can look at next week, you can look at earnings. You can look at earnings, etc. Financial Juice, similar. Docket or calendar over on the left side, more of a squawk box idea here on the right side. You see that we're actually getting secured overnight financing rates, or the repo rate has been reported over here, and something from about Zelensky and the Kremlin and whatever. So this is being kept up. It's just the docket that's particularly not. So, okay, let's look at the all important why we're here, right? Let's talk about the pre-market. Well, first of all, we had a holiday and I scrubbed the data. I don't keep half days or holiday. Obviously there's no data on the holiday, and a half day is useless as far as I'm concerned. So I scrubbed them. What we have now then is, here was Tuesday's close, Tuesday's RTH session, ETH, RTH. And then here's our open last night at 1700. And we will have the open, for the RTH session. This is ETH. For all of them, both charting packages. Now this is the same configuration for the ES or the mini, and the what the hell is this doing ES down here for? This is supposed to be the NASDAQ. Oh, how weird. Okay, I'll fix that in a second. Jesus Christ. When yeah. So this is the micro ES, the micro NASDAQ, my micro composite or high time frame chart here. And everything I do, let me say this first, is very straightforward, based on data, not mysterious or discretionary. And I try to keep everything very simple. You notice there's no indicators on my either my IRT or my book map, and we'll go through all of that in a minute. But so here's the high time frame chart, which is a daily chart, RTH session only, daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. That generates a micro composite VPOC and high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to bookmap. The session prices push automatically to bookmap. I'm just marching up and down here like a little soldier. I don't know what's going on. And this is bookmap. So first and foremost, here's the dome, the ladder, the order book, whatever you want to call it. These are the prices at every level. Well, these are not at every level because, as you know, I hope, futures are priced in, there's 4 ticks per contract or per point. And these are the points. And if I wind this out a little bit, you can see every one of them. Whoops, where am I going here? There we go. There's every point. And, oh no, not yet. And that's how it works. God damn, I'm not doing very good today. Maybe I better go back to sleep. Come on. There we go. There's every point. 81, quarter, half, 75. 2, quarter, half, 75. But you see why I don't keep them that way. It's impossible to make any sense out of this. So this is the order book. This is the micro composite chart here, which will have all of the manually entered levels and stuff from my micro composite chart. The high and low volume nodes are here. You see here's a naked volume point of control up here from the 29th of October, 2025. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. The RTH session volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30, one way or the other. This is my statistics and notes column, which is pretty important to me. And the first thing I do here is determine the open type. Now, this is pretty weird today because of the historic levels and where we are, etc. And let me just point something out to you here. Here's the trade. Here's Wednesday, or Tuesday, Wednesday. Here we are trading up here, way up above all the rest of this stuff. 82, 69, 82. What they're trying to do desperately is get to an all-time high, just to, I don't know what, blow smoke up somebody's butt, or I don't know, who knows. But anyway, nobody cares what I think, so at that level. So there is that. What does that mean then? If we opened right here, right now, where would this open compare to the previous RTH close? Way above it, as you saw in the micro composite chart. And where would it compare to the the previous RTH range? Out of range. So instead of lower in range, I assume that our open type today is going to be higher out of range. And this is kind of crazy, as I said, because I scrubbed that holiday data. Then we're going to eliminate here. I'll show you where the statistics were from long ago. Down here, huh? So I'm going to eliminate or clear those notes because we're going to put in new statistics now. And let me just show you that here's how we've been trading, right? And here we are now. So there you go. Okay, the way we're going to do statistics is we've determined that and let me say that Bookmap doesn't scrub. I can't scrub Bookmap data for the holidays. You'll notice this is the 24th. Well, that's not in my IRT stuff. There's nothing I can do about that I know of. If you know how to scrub Bookmap data, let me know. Anyway, so let's move on to the pre-market here. What do I expect is going to happen? Well, typically, I would say that our inventory is about 50-50, right? It's about half long and half short. Could indicate an open auction. However, we're gapping way up. So gap rules would suggest that we might have some responsive selling, take profit over down to previous RTH session. But once again, this is just a crazy situation. And we got to put up with one more of them next week. And then, we've got 248 trading days to not worry about it. Or whatever. I think there's 250 trading days in a year. So anyhow. So I'm expecting this to be an open auction with perhaps potential responsive selling at the open for profit taking. And then I think that they're going to do everything they can possibly do to get up here to a new all-time high just so they can say they did. That's kind of what happens, I believe. Where am I now? Okay. Let's do something that would be kind of important, I think. And that is to be able to trade. Now, oh yes, what I was going to show you was the statistics, right? Sorry about that. I'm as crazy as the data. The statistics will come from this study. We just determined we're higher out of range. IRT will highlight the correct open type, but only after 8:30. The way the study works, very simple, looks back at 1,645 trading days, the most recent. Of those days, we opened higher out of range 415 of those days. Of the days where we opened higher out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 77.3 times. Overnight volume point of control. God, I hate this new mouse, really. 77.3. There you go. Jesus Christ, I'm clicking all over it, and I got my finger in a specific spot. Do not buy whatever this thing's called. The next order of business is the overnight high. 75 point, what did it say? 75.2. Okay, that's got to be way up here because of this fat finger mess right off the open. So everything about this data is a mess. Do you understand that? I hope so. None of these statistics mean anything, to be honest with you, because this was a fat finger, one-time hit for 700 and change on the open, right after the ETH open at whatever time this is. 17:14, so 14 minutes in, they hammered that, and then they haven't been back there all night. Who knows what that was about. Overnight mid is 66.5. That might be a little more, and that's probably right there. Yeah. Okay. And I'm not going to worry too much about these statistics because everything's a mess today. And it's just the nature of the beast. Previous high we don't have. IB highs way below us. IB low way below us. Previous close, don't know. You see the problem? None of that stuff is because we're looking at way, way, way below us because of the here's where we open, here's where we close the RTH, and it's we're trading way up here now. So I would have to scroll way down to get those values. And I'm not going to worry about that at the moment. Be right back. Jesus, what a mess. Overnight low. Let's see if we can find that somewhere. Yes, 36.6. Okay. Previous RTHVPOC. Well, that's already been marked here. So the previous close has got to be up above us here somewhere. Why it's not coming across in the session prices, I don't know. So that's a bad deal all the way around there. I'm going to just hang this whole thing up at this moment, and I might even restart art. If you look here at the basic, here's our close, right? Now right here. So our close should be right about that area right there. Our close should be about 69.57.5. That should be right about there. Why that's not showing up there, I don't know. It's because I think IRT is busy looking back at Wednesday. Even though I've scrubbed that holiday data, it just means it's not in there. So I apologize for this. I don't know what to say. I mean, hey, what the hell? If it wasn't for the stream, I would probably still be in bed. I'm committed to do this every trading day, and I will. So I'm going to call that for the levels. I'm going to make the next thing I'm going to do here is a TLab post. which is crazy, but it is what it is. And you ask yourself, you ask me, what is the TLab? It is a bookmap Discord chat room. It is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And that is started by a guy named Tom B, who has been trading 46, going on 47 years for his information. He says so, and I believe him. Every day I post the news around 6 o'clock, and I post this report at about 8:20, just to give people in there that don't have similar charting what advantage of what numbers I have to share. Tom, the Traders Lab, as I said, it's a bookmap Discord site, and there's a good crew of people there. Tom's, I think, the real deal. Of course, I have no verification of that, really. He doesn't post his account balance and stuff, and I wouldn't expect it that he would. He doesn't trade live, nor does he call trades, and it is a Discord site. He does stream from about 10:30 to 12 every day, but he goes back pre-market and starts a narration going forward based on that. Sometimes gets caught up to current market and sometimes does not. So essentially it's a look back or a rear view mirror analysis. Meaningful, but that's what it is. I am not as active there anymore because I am doing the stream, and this is my virtual journal, and my focus is on my trading, as should everyone's. And that was at Tom's suggestion that everybody do this. So that'll say something to you. I don't recommend any of the other Discord sites or any other sites on there on the internet because I haven't been to all of them, surely. So there you go. And that's about it, sort of, I can tell you. Let's get back to something pretty important. If we're going to be here, we ought to probably want to trade. In order to trade with Bookmap, the first thing you have to do is activate the trade control panel and select a method you will use to trade with your mouse in the application. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the chart column, dome, the dome columns, and both is, of course, both columns. I use multi-brackets. This is where the risk-neutral methodology is introduced, and I always trade with full brackets, and I very definitely recommend anybody else do that, especially in this random environment. And your prime directive as a trader is to maintain and preserve your account and then grow your account. The first thing you need to do is manage your risk. So this is the smallest risk neutral package you can use. Needs to be an even number. 2 lots. Then you need to determine a stop loss for the package. The first criteria, again, should be your account risk parameters. what instrument are you trading? What's the volatility of the instrument? What's the volatility of the day, of the market currently? And all of these factors should be determined long before now. We're getting ready to open in 5 minutes. This should have been done during your homework period when there's no rush, no hurry, no fuss. Once these two are established, the first risk neutral scale, T1, is automatic. It's for half of the package and for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. Then there's a runner. You can have different packages, whatever you want to set up. It's up to you. And then you go boom. Now, because I've selected a package and both, notice the metrics up here are the same as over here. You can turn these off or on, by the way. I don't need any of the other tools of the trade control panel. I confirm the package size. I can click the button. Stays green because we've selected a way to trade, but I get my real estate back. I have all my metrics. Cancel and close. Now it's ready to trade with Bookmap. Okay, and we're ready to rumble here in 4 minutes. Let's see if anybody works. Let's see if volume profile resets and, a whole bunch of crap. These holidays suck. To say the least. Morning, Antonio. Merry Christmas. Weird day here. Everything's upside down. They're gapped way up. I guess they're euphoric for the all-time or new highs or something. Who the hell knows? Now the fearless leaders decided to bomb Nigeria because he's going to go after ISIS. That worked out really well the first time somebody tried it. Jesus. Pretty crazy. Yeah. I don't think the session prices are working out worth a damn. I'm not sure why, but But there you go. Yeah. Well, Gonna open in 2. What do I need to do? Seems like something. It seems like I forgot something, but I don't know what. I guess I won't worry about it then. So we can trade. I've talked about the statistics. I've talked about the fact that we're gapping way up on a goofy, I guess you could conservative, I guess it's, technically we're in a gap rule situation. I do expect that there would be some responsive selling, but that certainly didn't happen last go around. So all bets are off here with this light volume. And speaking of light volume, we've only traded 59,000 contracts on the ES all night, 66 on the micros. Yeah. Nothing magical over here, just basic, no indicators. There's a VWAP for both Globex and full session, POC for both RTH and full session, and a mid for the RTH. POC is just a price that marks the most traded price at that point in the session. That's all. VWAP, I guess you could say, is a calculated indicator because it's a volume weighted average price. So call me a liar. Let's see if the damn thing works here. We're going to open in about 15 seconds, and I'm so over this It's not doing right. I really wish somebody would come out with a alternative. There's the 30 and there nothing happened. There we go. I'll do it myself. Screw it. With this light volume and it still doesn't set automatically, that's pretty disappointing. I don't know. Okay. Rip through these charts here. Set everybody back to RTH now. Hopefully those levels will come right. Oh, IRT's having a lot of fun now. There you go. Jesus. Do. I hope it was good in Portugal for your holidays. It was 87 or some record high here yesterday. Oof, place is interesting, to say the least. Has been pleasant, though, as far as being able to get outside and exercise. That was kind of unusual, but it's been pretty benign as far as being able to get some walks in and things. So here we go. Gap rules, meaning that if we close the gap relatively high, early in the session, good possibility that we will close that gap at some point. I guess I should put a gap over here. I don't know. I hate these holidays. Every day is all messed up. So this is something, right? This is the, what is today? 261225. I guess I better put what it is, gap high. And then, if I could find the low from the other day, what I don't understand here is that I don't have the close and those values from the previous RTH. That would be the gap low. I don't know what's up with IRT, to be honest with you. Maybe I can do it. Maybe I can just wing it over here. Let's see what the close looks like it was here. 69.57. Okay, is that right? That's what it's going to be in my... That's what it's going to be now, whether it's right or wrong. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. So we'll see what happens. And let's wind this out a little bit here. Oh, well, we did get IBs. That's kind of... Whoa. Yeah, that's chilly. Absolutely. I can imagine, yeah. Well, if it's brief and if the country's okay for it, power grid and homes and there's not unfortunate people exposed and whatever else, that's kind of refreshing sometimes. But yeah, if any one or more of those things is not the case, then it's really too bad. So there's Blue Boy, just a visual cue for me to make sure I've got the whole session in view. All-time high lurking right up here. You can see them all foaming at the mouth at that. Okay, so we're all right on the RTH sessions. Everybody's okay. Yep. I'm about half with it this morning myself. I probably forgot something. I don't know what. I can trade. Whether I will or not, that's a whole other story. Did a lot of testing with the back testing stuff. 34% volume. Holy crap. That's pretty funny. I didn't expect that. That's pretty funny. That's the lowest I think I've ever seen it, to be honest with you. That's pretty funny. Okay, what I'm looking at is now is this average volume for this time of day. Wow. That's pretty phenomenal. By golly. So here we are. Wow, I got to see what's going on here. Stand by. I don't know if I was on mute or not, but anyway. I'm not very well organized here this morning, apparently. Sorry about that. Hit the desk with my water bottle. Like I said, I'm not firing on all cylinders, apparently. Let's see if anything is materializing on the oops front. Well, that's the wrong thing. Try this one. Well, no, I don't know what's up with, I guess Idris Trump and company must be all on vacation or Mar-a-Lago or whatever, and hopefully busy golfing. And of course, they did bomb Nigeria. Be interesting to see when now I see that Iran is they're either blocking or stopping and seizing tankers in the Straits of Hormuz. Interesting to see what the reaction will be over here, because of course that's exactly what they're doing to around Venezuela in the lower Caribbean. Seems like a ill-planned decision, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the hell they're doing, to be honest about it. Here's next week. What do we got to look forward to? Well, crude on Monday, huh? What the hell? Well, typically crude oil inventories are Wednesdays. We also have them today, I guess. So, so jobless in Chicago PMI next Wednesday on that half day. I don't know what to think about that. Quite a bit of discussion there by some of the newer vocal experts in the TLab this morning about scrubbing holidays or not. I'm not sure. I've always done that. Seems like the new pros there don't think it's a good idea. Tom remains quiet, which is interesting. 9 o'clock. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Extremely light volume day. Be really careful. I'm just standing here thinking that well, we've come up from 34% to 40% of average volume for this time of day. And our ATR has jumped up from 2 ticks to 3 points. I'm thinking that I will not. I suppose it shouldn't be arbitrary. There should be a fixed point, you know. If volume is below such a average, then I'm not trading, kind of a thing. Not just some. I'm trying to get away from as much, you know, discretionary what if BS as I can. In this point, at this point of forward testing the strategy. At some point, then it'll just, you know, most everything will be discretionary, I guess. So here we go. Taking that IB low lower down towards that overnight low. How low can she go? Will they close the gap? Who the hell knows? Now, if you didn't scrub the holiday, there wouldn't be very little gap, right? Or none. But here's the gap based on open and Wednesday. The high is 69.63.75. Is that what I've got going on over here? 69.63.75. Wait a minute here. Was that the close? 68.95. What am I doing? Wrong day. Sorry about that. 68.63.75. Well, I don't have the right thing over here. 60. Whoa, hold it. Was that 68? Man, I need to go back to bed. 69.63.75. Okay. Right there. What the hell am I doing here? Maybe I better just go lay down and remain quiet until this passes. Yeah. So what was I looking at here? There's a gap low and that gap high. Jesus Christ. I am definitely not putting money at risk here. Okay, where was that one I did before? Right here. Where did I get that one from? I was looking at the close. Stupid. Okay. So this is actually the previous high. Why that's not over here, I guess it's because IRT hasn't figured out what to do with that stuff. So these fellas in TLab that are expounding the virtues of not scrubbing holidays have a point. I mean, I don't know. I've always done that. I actually learned market profile from a local, which was what they called the floor traders and the CME and the CBOT, and he was in the bond pit. They refused to use a continuous contract during rollover. They thought that was crap. I'm not smart enough or understand the nuances of it enough to know, except that I would say perhaps it has more impact on if you're rolling contracts yourself. You know, you're rolling where I never do that. I'm flat every night. So I don't know. To each their own, eh? What is this? Oh, well, there you go. I was trying to 30% off. I actually emailed them about that. You seeing this down here? I actually emailed them about that this morning. What was the story on the new deal? What does this say? Oh yeah, this was the blurb that I got. This is also the thing. If you click this deal, you get that same page that pops up. But this didn't say anything about 30% off yesterday. I think it was 12% or something it said. Yeah, I'll have to dig into it. Not right now, but okay. I saw that this morning early. I don't know what that is, but 30% off of what? I don't know. $1 million? I don't know what the lifetime is now for Global Plus. And I'll look at that later today, I guess. Well, let's just have a little sneaky peeky over here and see what's going on. Obviously, this is, I've gone over this a million times. I'm sure Antonio's rolling his eyes like, oh my God, not again. And I can't imagine there's any newcomers. If there's somebody new that doesn't understand what I'm doing with this backtesting and the forward testing here, drop something in the chat and I'll go over it. I'm not gonna inflict pain on my friend Mi mano. Hope the damn thing works. Obviously. Got a lot of flipping hours in it, I'll tell you that right now. Okay. Well, they keep tagging it lower, huh? So it is worth I guess, getting into the stream here that I'm approaching this whole idea from a point of view that trading is my business rather than a video game or gambling. And based on the, feedback and thinking of a lot of myself, and not that it's some epiphany of my own, but that, looking at listening to and trying to understand the theories of the most successful traders and hedge fund guys in the world, from the levels of Jim Simmons and Renaissance Technology down to Rod and, Tom B. I mean, from one end of the scope to the other, everybody pretty much agrees that it's, in order to be successful at this, it needs to be a business of, you need to observe probabilities and approach the market statistically to achieve consistent profitability. So that's what I'm trying to do. You identify a setup that seems to repeat itself frequently, figure out the criteria that would be consistent and would consistently justify an entry for that setup, and then you capture a statistically large enough data set to be significant. And once you do that, you determine if it's got an edge or expectancy or not. And if it does, you take every one of those that presents himself in the live market. You do all that study and analysis away from the market. So that's what I'm trying to do. What I am doing, I have done, and the two I picked out was the initial balance high and low. The two trades associated with them, which are the IB failure and the IB continuation. Now, this is not an example because it is not 9:30. There is no IB statistic until 9:30, but let's pretend price just came down, exceeded the initial balance low, can't get any lower, comes back up, mean reversion. That's an IB failure. It's just a mean reversion trade based on the initial balance level. Other side of the coin, price is trading down, context is going lower, lower highs, lower lows. We take out the IB low, tries to get above it, can't get any horsepower up there, and you get an IB continuation, continues south in this case. There you go. That's the two. I've put together exhaustive statistics about it, and that's the two I'm watching. That's what those two trades, there are two, continuation and failure around the IB high, failure, continuation around the IB low. It's only two trades. That's what these rules do. Because obviously a computer doesn't use discretion, right? You have to tell it each step, each direction, each everything. So that's what this is about. This is what I use to backtest and then come up with the statistics, which, make me believe or not that I have a statistic edge, an edge or an expectancy or a probability of success. And here's that IB failure, see? Look at here. Oh, maybe look at here. There would be a perfect example if this were, now remember, the IB low is now here, was up here, because it's not 9:30 yet. What is the IB high and low? They are just the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. The naming is confusing sometimes to people, I guess. It's the initial balance comes from market profile days. That's all. All they are is the high and low of the first 1 hour. Easy peasy. So back to the, when you're doing a backtest, you set up the number of days that you want to backtest, the session, and you mash backtest. And then you stand there and watch it. And it does, the computer goes over every 1 minute bar, however far back you're telling it to look, however many days, and it evaluates every rule. If it, these are just Boolean. They, true or false. Boolean, I'm sorry. Boolean. I'm hungry, I guess. Or gold, maybe. And that's the way it works. So we'll talk about all that later. But we're approaching, we got 10 minutes to go before the IB sets. This chart, these lines and levels here are just custom indicators I built, meaning nothing other than they represent accurately the rules over here, the pullback zone, the continuation zone, the trigger zone, so that I can see if things are happening where and when I expect them to. That's all there is to that. And unless the volume picks up, I'm just going to be real pleased to watch this thing happen over here. That is so weird. I don't really get it. Well, there's that high. There we are. What are the gap rules? Looks like responsive selling there to take some profit. Will we close the gap? Gap rules say that if price closes the gap relatively early in the session and is accepted within the previous range, high probability to trade across that value area. If it does not, what do you imagine? What do you imagine the alternative is? To trade in the direction of the gap. You know, everything about trading, all these traderisms or truths about trading, you know, are just, every one of them is a two-sided coin because it's a binary market. I mean, you know, what is the market? What can price do? It can go up or it can go down, period. It's a binary, it's a coin flip. Really. You know, and even the likes of Tom B or anybody, well, it's going to do this and, you know, price check at aisle 3 and all that stuff. Yeah. And if not, what? You know what I mean? It's price will either go up or down. That's why nobody that is a successful trader, Tom or any of those guys, will suggest you should, or, you know, encourage anybody to predict where the market's going. You can anticipate where the market's going and anticipate what you think might happen from what's up, but you should trade what you see, not what you think. In my case, here's another thing about this vetted trade story that I find really a really good deal, or, you know, lack of a better word. Nothing's a surprise. It's not whipping and spurring or gunslinging or anything. If I know that I have 2 trades around the IB high and 2 around the IB low. What is context? That's the reason Blue Boy's over here, so that I can make sure I spot that to my left and I know that I have the entire session context in view. What would you say context is right now? Well, it's lower highs, lower lows. We opened here, we traded up, and we're down below it. There's the mid. So if I have an IB trade set up that I have vetted, there's no surprise. I can start as price nears the IB level. That's the first rule. There's only 3 rules in my trading, in the IB trades, by the way. The IB statistic is the first, then there's a price travels to the continuation of the pullback zone, then price travels down to the trigger zone, and Bob's your uncle, you're in the trade. So it's a matter of stocking or, you know, waiting. You see the rules, boom, there's the first one. Boom, there's the second one. Do we get the trigger or not? It's that simple. Not, no trade. We get trade. Boom. Mechanical in that respect. Then that's where the next step could be, you know, automation. I guess. Okay. Now this brings up my daily warning about do not trade in anticipation of a statistic. I've had really bad personal results with that. This is the voice of reason speaking, of experience speaking. And Tom will say the same, whatever. I mean, and what do I mean by that? Well, we have not taken the IB high or low. We have 4 minutes, three minutes and change. Boy, we're below the low. We're below the VWAPs. We're below the POC. We're going to take this IB low. Context is down. We're going to take the IB low statistic, absolutely. So you get short. And then they do this, and then you go, oh, I'm stopped out. Why did they pick my stop to the tick? Or whatever else it is. When the statistic has been satisfied, it is a statistic. It's done. And I can't stress that enough. Only from my personal experience. I'm talking to myself. Remember, this is my journal. Go away over here. There you go. And I guess on that note, it would be good idea to talk about the statistic. What is that? And just in case you're don't have IRT or are not, here all the time, like poor old Antonio. Well, here you go. First of all, remember in the pre-market when I was talking about statistics, I said that IRT will graciously highlight the correct open type. But only after 9:30, and here it is. So the most probable statistic to achieve in all 4 open types is the initial balance high or low, the IB stat. Greater than 97.6% probability today that we will do that. And what is that statistic? Very simple. Between 9:30 and 1600 today, there is a 97.6% probability that price will revisit the IB high or the IB low. That's it. What my trading system does is it has a couple of more layers of criteria to that, but the statistic itself for the initial balance high or low is simply that price touches or exceeds it. Simple. That's the stat. And that's that. So, you see what I mean about trading to the statistic? Minute and a half, and we're here. We did this. We came up here. We did the VPOC migration lower. We tested up. Nothing happened, and down we come. And now what? Oh. Now everybody's, if you got short down here thinking you were clever, you're stopped out. What can I say? And if that sounds like the voice of experience, it is. Learning the hard way, I guess you could call it. And I forgot to show you this part over. Here's what I was talking about. Sorry about that. So there's VPOC migration south. There's all these levels, prices down here. We tested it up, VPOC migration, can't get above it. We're going south. Oh, but we're not. Maybe. It isn't a statistic. Now it's a statistic. Boom. Right now, the initial balance statistic is a thing. And pretty quick, I think, we will have the levels. What is going on now? Yeesh. The IRT is not. Okie dokie. Now you see we have the continuation and the pullback zones and the trigger zones, which are pushed from IRT to bookmap around the IB high. This is so I can remember that I am most of the time, jury's still out today, by the way. I am trading system over here in the simulated IRT mode. You see that the levels have started pushing at 9:30, and there they all are. This system is over here. If something occurs, it will happen over here. And if I get a system, what I've been doing is when a trade fires from the system in this environment, hold on a minute. I put the trade on manually over here in bookmap with real money, my money in this account. Now, let's look at let's do the checklist here and make sure I've selected both in the trade control panel. There's the correct package. I don't need these boys anymore. I know multi-brackets is on the job. So there we are. And the last thing I'm going to look at here is volume. And if it's, I don't know what to think. I got to put a cutoff on it somewhere. I mean, I understand the concept of when a signal fires, you should take it. And if you don't, then you've undermined the backtesting. I also understand that stupidity doesn't work very good, blind, cutting off your nose to spite your face isn't maybe the best idea. And in the course of backtesting over these 500 days, there's only been 2 others in those 500 days of backtesting where this volatility was so light because it was around the Christmas holiday. So there you go. If that makes any sense, and if not, well, oops. So yeah, I have to think about it, what I'm going to do here. Let's see what the vol, speaking of that. Well, we're at 45.9%. I'm more interested, to be honest with you, I'm more interested today to see if these additional rules and stuff work. I hope we get a signal, and I hope it works the way I have imagined it. So, and I'm no code guy. I'm an old cowboy from Montana, so I'm on the ragged edge of this thing. And of course, it's also important to mention here, the statistic for the initial balance high today is 97.3, was it? 6 or something like that? It is 97.6. What does that mean? That means there's a 2.4% probability that we will take neither one. And if you want to be, and there's a 26.4% probability that we take them both. Take your pick. Welcome to trading. Have a nice day. If you don't like this outcome, pick that one, whatever. It's crazy, isn't it? But that's the truth. So there's a 2.4% probability that we will not touch the high nor the low today. the initial balance, high or low. In the entire rest of this session, which is 6 hours, or wait a minute, it's 5.5. You know, from 9:30 until 1600. That's 6.5 hours. And that's not, you know, if you're like me, you go, oh yeah, right, that's going to happen. It did 4 weeks ago. 4 weeks ago on a Friday. We did not take either one. Here's another one for you. Here's another way to look at statistics. I'm just monkeying around here kind of, but let's think about it. Okay, so there's a 63% probability that we'll take the high, or where's the low? 13. No, IB low. Where's the IB low? Right there. We've already taken the overnight. Oh, that's another thing that IRT does that I forgot to point out. Notice how the text is all black except for one or two. Whenever a statistics level is achieved in that current session, it changes the text highlight from black to blue. So we have taken the overnight point of control. We've taken the overnight mid. And that's it so far. Oh, and the overnight low. We took the overnight low. There you go. Cool. And here we are back at La La Land. So here's our day. Here is the profile so far. What does that look like to you? That's about the most balanced profile you could imagine, except very little taper, very little tail on these things, which is, in my opinion, not a very good thing. Because typically, that suggests that the auction didn't finish. You know? How does an auction go? Well, there's 100 bid, and then there's 10 bid, and then there's 75. You know what I mean? And it winds down to nobody's bidding anymore. So it stops. Sellers down, down, down. Look at all of these days. Look at the excess on all of them. That's more normal. The distribution and the skew can be anything that the way it is, but typically the auction needs to wind down, not just quit. That's why flat tops in particular are always scary to me, or cause for alarm, concern. And this is kind of what I think would be called a poor. I think it's just 2 TPOs. I look at like, here you go. A little bit more to the bottom side. And we're on a doji right now. I think that's what that is, a doji. Isn't that a doji? Somebody? And I'm just ranting and raving over here, so never mind. Never mind. Boom. I'm real curious to see if I've got this thing figured out. I hope it happens in the live market to see if it all works right. It's kind of a pain in the ass using that replay, but I'm real happy that I did figure out how to do it. It's not even remotely as smooth or as intuitive as the bookmap replay stuff is, but hey, it works. And that's a wonderful thing. So next week is going to be another fun-filled extravaganza of the same nonsense. Holiday, scrubby-wise. I'm going to continue to scrub the holiday data from my IRT because I don't like looking at it. Half days this and something else that. I don't know. And I actually traded, or didn't trade, but I actually let the system work on Wednesday, that RTH half day, to see if I could get some of these, while I was making some changes to the signal, not putting any trades, of course, and then I just scrubbed the data out, which is really tough on IRT, really hard to do. Like everything here, you go like this, scrub, holiday. I tell you, it's kind of like changing sessions. That's a hard one too. You go like this, session. I don't know who, how many people. Chad was always if you listen to any of the, go to the livesoft.com site and look at any of the videos. All of that stuff was Chad Payne. He's the guy I knew from way back in 2014. He would drop in and out of JP's, that local I was saying when I did the volume or the market profile. He would drop in and out of there, and that's when I started using IRT. And he's left a couple of years ago now. I hope he just made enough money and said that's enough for me, that something, ill didn't befall him. But now Eddie Fontanelle, who I think had been involved at some point, there are several. He's been around IRT for a long time, because I've seen several things I've been looking up, and I will see where he's been asking questions about how to do stuff. So he was a user for a long time, and Chad would tell him and whatever else. Now he's kind of slotted into the support guy. Bill Linsoft, Bill Lynn is still involved, but I understood he was pretty much retired. He still posts stuff once in a while, or an answer to some question, but be real interesting to see what happens to the system. Somebody somewhere said that Bill had retired and given it to his daughter. Urban legend? Hell, if I know, I don't have any clue. But if they never developed it any more than they do right now, than it is right now, it's obviously usable. The thing about it is, it's a monthly subscription, and there's a license. So if they shut that down, you're not going to be the end of the line. And I suppose who's gonna shoot the golden goose? I guess, I don't know. Maybe they sell it. Who the hell knows? Funny that I wonder. God, I would imagine they would have been approached to buy it, I suppose. The only other package that I know of similar to it that I've used before is a Sierra chart. And I'm not saying it doesn't have the same functionality. I'm saying I don't know if it has the same functionality. It has limited functionality in my experience. The real key for me was Chad Payne, actually, in support. If I had like issues with this, getting these session or these signals to fire sequentially and then not, and individually and sequentially and not again until it rolled around, which I'm trying to struggle with here. I'd have asked him 2 months ago, and I'd have had an answer in by return email or something, or a phone call. It's painful, because I'm no whiz bang when it comes to coding. And here we are. What are we doing now? Well, we're stuck in the middle again, huh? Who's that song? Fans to the left of us, fans to the right. Here we are, stuck in the middle again. Or something. Something to the left of them and something to the right. I don't remember what. I don't even remember who did it. Bad Company. Here's something like that. Mm-hmm. Quant Tower is one I looked at once upon a time. Also, that has quite a bit of functionality, I guess. So the problem is it's developed and whatnot in Ukraine, which is a little spooky right now, I guess, with this mess going on. Bookmap was Israeli, but I see that they've relocated, or at least their addresses now are in Cyprus, which is not very reassuring to me. Cyprus is like the scam capital of the world for FX and crypto and all that crap. But I'm sure they wanted to get their people, at least when the last time I talked to Elena, they wanted to get their people out of, Israel's not a very secure environment either. Or it isn't, or wasn't, or something. Funny how those messes kill millions of people, I guess millions of people, I don't know, thousands for sure, and go on for years. And religion. Wow. What a thing, huh? I think the Sunni and the Shia one is probably one of the more amazing ones to me. They both believe pretty much in everything to do with Islam, except as I understand it, one thought one guy should take over when Muhammad passed, and the other outfit thought another one that some other guy should, and now they're killing each other. That's the whole story with Saudi Arabia and Iran and all that. How weird. It's like the Methodists shooting the Baptists, I think, over here. If I understand it right. Now, I very, very probably do not. But yeah, you look around the world and now Islamic State and pretty crazy, except for pretty crazy, most of it based on religion. Even here now, this book stuff about the national Christian something or another. Strange, very strange. So, boy, here we are. This is probably where we're going to be, too. I may have to venture from the stand-ups here and go forage for food. You never know. I guess you couldn't ask for a much more balanced profile, could you? It reminds me, I want to reset this stupid thing now. I had that set to fire a full minute early and nothing happened. Crazy. It's the weirdest thing. Oh, well. I'd like for something to happen here with initial balance so I can see if the stats flag thing works. I don't have any designs on trading today, so it's not that. Don't have any. Can't imagine what's going on with the random risk band. Let's see what we can see about the snooze, shall we? Well, nothing. What is the day? And this is the 26th. There's even, see, financial juice has nothing today. And these Baker Hughes rig counts, typical on a Friday. The thing about investing.com is they adhere to regularly scheduled, expected financial and revenue news and events. No press secretary is going to do this or something else. That's the reason that I also watch Financial Juice, because they're good about that, and I appreciate that a lot, because right now in this environment, that's a huge impact. That can have huge impact on the auction, as we both all know. And they must have recognized it, and that's why they started doing it, I guess. I mean, you know, we've known for 25 years that the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning will be the non-farm payroll report. And so you can manage your risk around that, be in it, be out of it, watch it, whatever else. But if somebody throws a tweet out at 10 in the morning and the market sells off, 25 or 200 and something handles, well, that's different. That's that random risk in action. see nothing else happening here, to be honest with you. Let's kick on some music here. I forgot about that. There we go. I don't ever hear this music. I have a quiet office here. I'd have to put my headset on, so if it's ever obnoxious or something's goofy, let me know in the chat. Please. Yeah. Well, if you want to break the 11th commandment, you got all kinds of opportunities here. Thou shalt not diddle in the middle. And boy, are they in the middle, huh? You can imagine the retail soup there. This is just, imagine all the traders that can't refrain from clicking that mouse. They're picking the highs and picking the lows. And if you're good at that, I guess, and you think you're a scalper or something, I guess that's I don't know. I don't know. I don't believe that. I certainly don't know anybody that has backup statistics, but that's a viable thing to do. So. Even mean reversion, what are you talking about? 3 points? There's no meat on the bone. There's not even any meat on the bone if you thought you were a scalper. What's that? There's 81. What's this? That's 83. There's 2 points. There's 86. There's 83. There's 3 points. Now, it did kind of get a little, rambunctious over here within the first hour, and then it just went up. And it just crapped out from right here on. They're not waiting for news. So if somehow or another you had I guess the IB30 would have worked. I guess. The IB30 is something Rod came up with, actually. It's a variant of the initial balance statistic, and it says, by basically not a quote, but it says basically that there's about a 90-something, I forget the percent probability that the high or low of the first 30 minutes is exceeded by the high or low of the second 30 minutes. And then that's referred to by some as the IB30. And it very definitely happened today. There's the high. There's the low. Well, there's the low, I guess. So, and there's 9 o'clock. So at 9 o'clock, right on the money at 9 o'clock, boom, there's the IB30. Boom, there's another one. And remember, of course, that the IB will continue to move with price. So it needs to happen again. When this happened, the IB went from here to here. Then when that happened, it went from here to here. So the IB30 can happen numerous times within that second 30-minute period. I need to think of the next statistic to vet. Don't know what that is. Just having one is, imagine, you see, that's the problem with I have these initial balance trades vetted, and I typically, except for today, would take one automatically without discretion. One signaled by the system, or when those system signals, those required signals are met for the vetted trade. But once, just like yesterday, once the price gets away from the IB, it's got nothing to do. I'll stand there and watch. Or the day before, whenever it was. I've got nothing to do because prices run away, and until it comes back and starts over with the signals, with the rules, then I have something potentially on the table. So I need to have something that gives me more flexibility away from the initial balance levels. But I don't know. I have to be able to identify it. I believe in the concept that you have to identify specifically the setup and the rules, and you have to capture those specific values over a large data set in order to vet a trade. There can be no discretion involved in vetting the setup because it's not statistically significant. So that's why I question a lot of people saying, oh, vetted. I took a structured trade, vetted setup. Well, okay, where's the data? I've asked, and nobody's ever said, oh, here. So I'm wondering if, in my opinion, actually, I think that's kind of that's a catchphrase to soothe your monkey boy. Maybe, I don't know. Vetted trade, fake news. Maybe it's fake news. Maybe it's fake news. I don't know. I have, back tests, copious back tests. For these two initial bounds with various what ifs, trailing or not trailing or whatever. And these real vague setups that people talk about, mean reversion. So okay, well, that's pretty obvious. Let's talk about that. So mean reversion, right? Outside in. Well, the IV failure is a mean reversion trade. And it is generally suggested in a situation where we have a relatively narrow range and a rotational context. So there's one that I have vetted already. But what happens when they're just out in outer space? I don't know. It's kind of like the VPOC migration one. That's pretty obvious that the VPOC moves. There's the line. How can you miss it? But what are the criteria that you vet to take that trade to come up with a repeatable setup? I don't know. And then if you want to believe most of these YouTube gurus, that are rear view mirror trading or whatever they're doing, and the opening range breakout, I make $1 zillion a minute, all this kind of stuff. Okay, great. Never lose. 95% win rate. Which, by the way, win rate of and by itself is just nothing but clickbait bullshit. Meaningless unless you have a risk reward. It's taken in context with risk reward or R multiple so that you can calculate a expectancy. But seems like that doesn't matter much. If you're a good looking gal, especially in your trading, you can sell anything. And then, of course, they're just making their money on YouTube stuff, which is sweet. I wish I did. I don't make a penny off YouTube. Or any other tube for that matter. Maybe I'll start being a book map presenter. I'll get myself a book map room, and the only other people there that I've only listened to 2 others, I will say that. Third word out of their mouth was selling something, and one of the guys was pretty crazy. But seems like a lot of people are, buying it hook, line, and sinker. I don't know. I'm the first to believe it's probably me. But one of these guys I listen to. Well, you can sign up for my mentorship. Guarantee profitability in 1 year. It's $1,000 a month. But you have to, the guarantee is only valid if you do exactly everything I say. It's presenting on Bookmap, put forward by Bookmap as a credible thing, and wow. That's a pretty flamboyant, that's a pretty amazing thing to say in the trading market, trading business. And obviously, pay them $1,000 a month for 12 months. And, well, you didn't do that right there on that day. So all bets are off. That's the way I took it. But Bookmap seems to be fine with it. So I'm assuming that I'm maybe misunderstood. I don't know. And that Scott Pusini guy is selling right, left, and center mentorships and indicators, this and that, and something else, and continually. And that's perfectly fine. I do kind of find it strange. Well, maybe they do. I was going to say, I find it strange that Bookmap doesn't vet the people that they put forward. But maybe they do, I don't know that, so. Well. I just kind of keep my head down and try to get myself straight. Like that mentorship, that guaranteed success thing. I thought that was pretty incredible. And I don't know if those people are still associated with Bookmap or not. I have no idea. Like I said before and earlier in the pre-market, I feel a kinship to the Traders Lab and gratitude for Tom's leadership and the fact that he isn't trying. And now, who knows? Tom may have own a piece of Bookmap. Who the hell? Who knows? The motivation there, but apparently not. And apparently he does it just out of the kindness of his heart to help try to help aspiring traders. So that's really great. And I don't think he needs any money, so no, I think he's quite well set. So there's a lot of pluses there, by golly. Look at this thing. Did the volume fall off a cliff again? I don't know. 43%. Well, there we go. We're just but the ATR definitely did. Now we're down to 1.5. So that's 6 ticks per minute. ATR, average due range. Days like this are a really good day if you don't have a responsibility or a commitment, which I feel that I do with the stream. Great day to go to the gym, stay home, whatever. These are the kind of days where you can do yourself a lot more harm than good as a trader, your account, I believe. And I'm sure there's somebody that says this is my favorite time to trade. Good for them. That's one thing you can definitely say about trading. It is 100%. There are, as I was saying earlier, for every one, every thing you say about this, there's one that's the other way. Price is going to go up, price is going to go down. I mean, I think that this environment is terrible for trading. I think this is the best environment I've ever traded in. So that's one of the beauties about it. The market provides a continual stream of opportunities. I very definitely believe that. And there are as many ways to trade it as there are people that do it, I think. Now, we all know the reported statistics about the success rate, so you better take that in mind. I better keep that in mind, I guess. And I don't want to be one of those statistics, so I approach it from the very definitely risk management, not risk adverse, but what I feel is prudent risk management and required risk management. And again, it's, I very, very definitely defer to more experienced, more successful traders who have come before me or who exist now, or educators like Mark Douglas, who had a pretty good grip on it, I think, and Tom the Trader, that Danish guy, and Best Loser Wins guy, those kind of people, and Ray Dalio and Thorpe. A lot of stuff to say that's very definitely good advice about risk multiple and statistics. Tom Sosnoff's another great one. Any of them. Any successful trader will all boil down to the same. It's the probabilities. You want to rely on the law of large numbers, and they are all essentially voicing the business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. Same thing. Be the house. It's my story, and I'm sticking to it, by golly. Well, are we going to get that? Here we go. Oh, what happened now? Let's go short. It's got to be the IB low. Oh, wait a minute. And I mean, obviously it's a joke, but really don't trade to the statistic. You know, there's a 97.6% probability that we will take one of these two out. Let's just say you got all excited right here and you figured you were going to get the IB low, and what happened? Well, 74 and a quarter, and up here is whatever it is, 76. You almost 3 ticks from being stopped out. So don't do that to yourself. That's my philosophy. Developing value area low. Well, let's go now. What's happening here? Is somebody doing something? Yes. There's nothing going on in the news. I mean, there's in the normal stuff. Maybe ground news has got something. I don't even think they're going to have anything. And good. I hope, I hope everybody is home or with their family or with where they want to be. And, hopefully there's a few of them will come to their senses, in my opinion, but that's my opinion. Now what happened? Okay, you got short right here. Let's just call that 74.5, and what's up here? Uh-oh. Stopped out by a point. It really doesn't. I don't think it's a good habit. I heard a big noise that sounded like my GPU fan spinning up, and I think it's a garbage truck next outside. I'm in a pretty quiet environment here, I guess. Well, Tom would say, oh, we got a bunch of buyers in here. Now, these bubbles are delta. So these are sell delta. In other words, however many sellers, however many trades had more sellers than buyers, or delta as far as this. I said that wrong. First of all, and there stops out again. First of all, it's really important to know that trading is futures trading is a zero-sum game or business. Meaning that if you stop and think about it, what do we trade in futures? We trade contracts. A contract is an agreement to buy and to sell between two parties. It's absolutely impossible to have more buyers than sellers or sellers than buyers trading. Trades, I should say. Now, resting liquidity, of course, can be way more, it's usually pretty close, but there's a skew. How does the market go down? Aggressive sellers cross the inside and hit the bid. Down we go. How does it go up? Aggressive buyers cross the inside and lift the ask. Up we go. But there's never more buyers than sellers. For every one of these numbers you see dancing around over there, there's somebody on this side doing the same thing. This guy thinks it's going up, this guy thinks it's going down, whatever, however you want to look at it. For every buyer, there's a seller. For every seller, there's a buyer. Case closed, period. Had more people argue with me about that than... And I think it's a fundamental thing to get your head around because it's important. That's the reason for sayings like the market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. A wise man once said that. Tom B for sure. Why? Because let's pretend that the market, let's actually look at something there. Okay, what happened here? The market went up to go down, went down to go up, went up to go down, went down to go up, down, up to go down, went down to go up. Why? Because for every buyer, there's a guy on the other side, counterparty on the other side of every one of those trades selling them. So these guys are long, these guys are short, the exact same amount of contracts. It's even, it's zero sum. How is this guy that's short up here going to make money? Down we go. And it's my, thought, I was going to say belief, I really don't know. It's my suspicion that most of the time, the counterparty is a higher time frame because they're the people who's got the money to be short all these contracts. Not me, maybe you. And how is that entity that has got all that money and all this short inventory going to make money? Take a profit, they're going to go down with the price. That's just, maybe that goes so far as to be a conspiracy theory, but I don't think so. And it's not just me that has voiced that opinion, so I believe that's where it's at. In futures, in shares, stock, it's completely different. There's a pool of stock, a pool of shares that they IPO or issue more, and then they can be bought. That's why most of the time it's up, and shorting is difficult. That's why shorting in the futures market, it's not only easy, it's required. The futures market would not be a market if there was not shorting, because somebody's got to sell it. If somebody's going to buy it, there's got to be a seller. It's a zero-sum game. For business. I don't like the word game. So, that's something to think about. And yes, there are market makers who get paid for providing liquidity, for being the counterparty and all this kind of stuff, but they're still holding that inventory, and they do something with that inventory to make money. They're not just out there for some altruistic, ideal. So here we go. Man. Well, we're approaching the first hour of that since the initial balance stat became hot. Several times people have thought it was going to be a great deal, and maybe not. In addition to the fact that there's, it's the holiday and all this kind of thing, and this super light volume, unless the market has some sort of a impetus to disrupt the auction, some sort of input, this is a normal day, man. They're trading it, Now, I couldn't make any money doing that, but somebody probably can. Algos probably, for sure. I don't know the statistics, so I shouldn't really say anything, but the majority of the trading days are rotational, not directional. That's why mean reversion is a well understood, recognized strategy. In futures especially. I'm only talking about futures here. Well, it doesn't look like I'm going to get to see any confirmation or one way or the other on my world famous trading setup here, so that's a bummer. What are days like this for if you can't rely on them for something? I really enjoyed just not being on the stream Wednesday morning for that period of time in the RTH to see how the system was able to watch that, on the system there. That was pretty handy. Not that I wouldn't have just as soon been on the stream, but I didn't want to pollute the idea that I was really here to trade, so I had no intention of taking a trade and was just strictly working on the homework. know I said this a time or two recently, but it's so funny to me how look at how price reacts to these levels. Pretty amazing. Confirmational bias, because those levels are complete crap. It's just levels I dreamed up for the pullback and the continuation zones. But it's really astounding through the trading day how frequently they seem like a level. Ooh, some important thing that traders know about. It's weird to me. I guess confirmational bias, I think it's the same thing that happens with Fibonacci or whatever, you know. Look at there. Boom, boom, boom. 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 Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Meaningless. Now, coincidentally, maybe where this line is that I just arbitrarily thought, okay, I'll put these zones here. Maybe that means something, you know, maybe that's got some significance somewhere, but it has absolutely, these levels are known to me only, or to the stream. Again, unless the fact that this line happens to be at a level that is important somehow, somewhere by coincidence. But that's pretty far-fetched. These kinds of days, market days, I think part of the reason that so many people just cannot resist clicking the mouse and, you know, starting to make up trades, make up levels, things like that. We're sort of, as humans, most of us, I think, are pretty much, or at least in the worlds I've lived in, are raised with a work ethic, kind of where you know, expect the reward is somewhat commensurate to the effort expended. And that's absolutely not the case with trading at all. And I think that's part of the problem with a lot of people that can't stop over trading. They haven't learned that there's three trades. There's a long, short, and flat. Flat is a definite, you know, that's a position, and it's definitely beneficial to get real good at that. Fortunately, I have a big enough office here that I can step back away from the screens and do, you know, squats or knee raises or whatever else it is, and mute the mic, of course. I'm not huffing and puffing, and keep monitoring the screens and whatever else. That's really important to remember that. It's not without mentioning here that we are, this is a pretty rotational, boring day as far as I'm concerned, but we're still trading 20, basically 21 handles. Not much, but it's not like 6, or something. I'm sure there's guys out there, like I said, that I'm doing the mean reversion thing or, trading across the range. What's wrong with that? I just don't have that. Don't have those vetted trades or skills or whatever. Well, sell the pullbacks. I don't know. Getting that V-shaped profile building over here. Now that's pretty interesting. And if you look at the market profile and the volume it's talking about, this is the ES, mind you. This is not the micro. All the rest of these are micros except for this market profile here. I wonder if there's something over here. Let's check. Yeah, it is. Much more of a skew on the V-shaped side of life. See that? How there's such a difference in the profile? That's pretty interesting. I had not noticed that until I just picked that up on the market profile over here. I'm thinking, Now it's similar, but not as pronounced. On Bookmap, it's even harder to spot because the profile looks like it's, yeah, it is definitely building lower. The idea being that this is long liquidation. Wow, what a surprise. The market goes up to go down. Long liquidation. Long, 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 long. I'm not saying I know something. I'm just, yeah, it seems kind of obvious. Oh, well. And we come smoking in on 11 o'clock. 11 hora. Hora? 11? Is that right? It's Spanish. I'm not sure about how it works in Portuguese anymore. Yeah. Olds. French, I think. Not particularly light book, all hundreds across the board over here on the buy side or the sell side. Kind of why we're getting hammered down over here, which is a bit weird. This 412's been laying up here at 7,000 for donkey's years. Be real careful if you've selected one or both of these trading areas. Notice the mouse turned to a dollar sign, and over here the same thing. If I accidentally click over here somewhere, trying to show something or think about something, that's a trade I didn't mean to have on. That is, in fact, a bummer. As a matter of fact, I am going to remove that possibility right there. Risk can happen at a lot of different levels, right? That's an error risk. Accidentally trying to talk about something here in the stream and accidentally clicking in a trade active zone. The reason I guess I probably forgot to mention this, but you can trade on Bookmap with hotkeys and the keyboard once you set that up, of course. But you have to have the focus of the computer, or the operating system has to be focused on the Bookmap application for that to work, which is normal with all operating systems. The reason I'm trying to, and have basically converted from keyboarding, which I was used to for a long time, to a mouse, and especially in this chart column, I think it's faster and more accurate. Very definitely more accurate. I can say, I want to go put along there, and I do. You know, you can't do that keyboarding. You can do buy or market or whatever, but there's a lot of gymnastics to get a market order at a different level or something, depending on how you have your hotkeys set up. Oh, are we going to get that IB low? Look at us go. Boy, is everybody excited. I think so. Let's see if we get the IB low. Ooh, bunch of selling right there. Are they going to get any place? If the sellers don't get paid, what happens? Goes the other way. They start hitting their stops. Another great opportunity for people to trade to the statistic and are now stopped out. And I would be not surprised in the least, and rather expect that we'll take the IB low. But it's just not the thing to do. Oh, look at here, now some buyers are coming in. So they brought it right down to here and didn't get any further, and back up to here. That's 2 points, I guess. And what are they going to do? Who knows? Watch this over here and see how these signals, if and when the signals work. First one will be the A signal, which is the initial balance. Statistic. You can bet there is some gnashing of teeth and mouse throwing and whatever else going on now. Look at this. Isn't that something? You just pop it up there a little bit and they'll catch a bunch of stops. Now, this is a classic position for a mean reversion, which is, by definition, outside in. Outside in. Out. And again, just like everything with trading, yeah, but the context is down because we've got lower highs and sort of lower lows. I guess you could make a point for that. You know, it's like I said before, if you can argue or make any point you want in either direction at any time, I believe. They're shaking them up, that's for sure. Wind it up, baby. There's some story or some school of thought, or I don't know whether it's a fact or not, or how anybody would know or not, but probably a way to figure it out. That typically, if for price to move outside the initial balance, it needs to be driven or pushed or manipulated or whatever you want to call it by the higher time frame. That typically the retail folks don't have the horsepower to do that. I don't know whether that even makes sense just saying it. If I stand here thinking about it, I think, well, does that make sense? What do we got here? We got 71 contracts, right? So if 200 retail people thought that they would go sell it and go lower, which would, oh, that doesn't work. You know, it's got to be sellers coming across and hitting the bid. If you see what I mean. Same idea, though. I mean, if a few hundred contracts, there's that 71 down there. Now, if that falls, that's the IB. If they trade that out, boom. Okay, thank you. Now we have a big dichotomy here because a dilemma, I should say. I can smell the breakfast. I'll watch this and see what happens. Well, they're jerking them around, aren't they? I mean, somebody's jerking somebody around. I mean, imagine. All the people that pick those tops, and these guys are picking the bottom, mean reverting. Who's going to win? If you look at over here, what have we done pretty much? Well, we consolidation, boom, consolidation, boom, consolidation, boom, consolidation, boom. What? Do I have a boom? Can I have a boom? I have no clue. Here comes that IB. Now they're all excited now. There, they got it. Okay. There they got the IB. That right there. 535 of them got stopped out right there. They were just waiting for all of these bottom pickers, and they hit them for their stops. And I don't see any of the things I was looking for over here. Oh, I do know. I know why it didn't meet the requirements. So it did exactly correctly. Well, there you go. Huh. The way it works here is for this to have been a signal bar, the previous bar needed to be opened above the close. Then this would have been a signal bar. It opened above the IB, closed below the IB, and there would have been an A here and an A down there. As it is, no. So that's, and there would have been commensurate flags up here and over here, and that's not what happened. And so, yay, my day. And now we're gonna keep, fall out of bed hard probably for nothing. To no avail. Yeah, and I think that's important. So I think the context of price movement is important. And that's how I've done my backtest. So if I want to change now there's a little backtest story here. If I want to change the fact that this preceding bar doesn't have any consequence on the signal bar, as it doesn't in the statistic, by the way, as far as the statistics goes from IRT, this has been achieved, no question about it. But if I want to do that, I backtest system as it is. I change that rule and I backtest it over 500 days. So to see what effect it has. That's the only way I know to systematically and logically put this together. funny. I stand here for 2 hours, and then the second they pop through the IB, my wife, at that split second, announces a lovely brunches on the table. Always some. I can't seem to get all the balls in a row. So, well, now it would have to go back up, turn around, come back down. In keeping with the theory of going in the going in the same direction as context on various fractals or time frames, overall the session and within the price signals, for example, there's not going to be a signal around the IB low coming back up. I hate to leave this on this window when I'm supposing that the book map is the more preferred, but the stream is only recording one monitor at a time, not both. So if I want to capture what's going on this signal story with these flags and whatnot, the only way I can do that when I step away is to leave it over here. Excuse me. So there we are. The IB status meant you want to see it. You want me to prove it? Okay, remember blue. Oh, looky here. Highlighted blue. That stat's been achieved. As has the overnight point of control, as has the mid, as has the overnight low. And that's the only ones on the IB low. There you go. Don't you love it when a plan comes together? It's just, all of this is just data, price levels, probabilities. Remember, those statistics are based on a look back of 1,600 and whatever it is days. That's the data set. And it's without that data set is large enough, in my opinion, to be outside the possibility of random distribution, which is trips up a lot of traders trying to vet a trade. Oh, I took 10 trades in a row. Well, that's not even remotely close to a statistically significant data set. Very definitely you could have that many of consecutive outcomes in a row. Typically in the backtest that I've been doing, 10 is, you can have 10, winners, 10 losers, whichever. And the random distribution is just, remember that this is a coin flip. 50-50, right? Well, if you take a quarter, which I think everybody agrees is a coin and is a 50-50 probability, you flip it 10 times, nobody's surprised that there's more of one head or tail than the other. That's random distribution. Now, if these girls are going to fluff around down here, I'm going to go out and eat my breakfast, and to hell with you. I'd say they're going down. What does context say? There's that gap low. Overnight point of control. Yeah, what do I know? Nothing. I know that's what I see. Well, bah humbug. But that's the way the cookie crumbles, huh? Okay, now just for the sake of illustration here, had this been the bar, been a signal bar, nothing, 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 pullback zone, if price now, well, it did. No, if price gets down to the trigger zone, that would signal along. That's not going to happen because this did not produce the signal. Oh boy, they better hurry up now. That food coma is going to sneak in here, and then I'm going to be snoring on the mic. Just a couple more. Oh, they didn't get it there. Now, if this one can close below there or get down through there, we'll have a signal. And if not, we won't. What a coincidence. That would normally be it on the close. Those fired correctly, but why the subsequent flag didn't, and then and therefore the A? I got no idea. I mean, yeah, I do, but well, that's pretty darn disappointing. Hmm. Well, let's carry on and see what happens. I don't get it. Something else that can happen here, which I've thought about last night just as I was turning in, the sequence of these flags can make a big difference. Perhaps if these, I need to move these flag zeros above here. So I don't know if you can move a bunch of them at once or not, to be honest with you. No, you cannot. And I'm not going to do that in the middle of all of this, but this would be the one. The failure long perhaps needs to move. God damn, I would think that these would be. Oh, I understand probably what it is. If it evaluates each rule sequentially per bar. So if it does this one and sets the flag and then does this one and gets rid of the flag doesn't happen. And I didn't have these two take place intra-bar. Maybe that two things could be the problem. I'm thinking move these above. It's ridiculous, but hey, it gives me something. It keeps me out of trouble. Keeps me out of trouble. Oh, shall I do that then? Let's see. Or we set these for intra-bar. No. I'm going to move them up. Forgot you did. Not very exciting to watch me move these code things around. Sorry about that. Excuse me. Okay, that ought to be a B. Whoa. Oh no, no. I'm looking on the wrong side of life. I was looking here, and this is the B, the pullback zone. How powerful these levels are? Pretty powerful, huh? Amazing. Look at there. Rejected right at that level and support. That's got resistance right there. I swear to God, you could, if I was, ICT or whatever, I could make a case out of this thing. It is just amazing to me. Just amazing. Well, let's see what happens. Let's see if we get a B or a something going on over here. I'm going to go tee up here, I think, in a minute. My thinking about this, a couple of reasons for being, oh, look here now. Oh, no. Okay, they've already been hit, right? So that's part's working. My thinking for wanting these signals to be properly displayed, twofold. Number one, so people are leaning on, want to use this thing for their own, to try to help their trading over here on IRT. And then, on IRT, which I'm really happy to try to help do. But also my thinking was, well, if I got the code all working exactly right, and then I got Python and the Python API hooked up with Bookmap, I should be able to have those signals port across to Bookmap, and then I would have I'd have it something a lot easier for me to follow, and more of a system, right? Just thinking out loud. Now, you may ask yourself, okay, this met the criteria. Price was coming down to the initial balance. The signal bars opened above the IB and closed below the IB, and the previous bars opened above the close. That's exactly correct. The difference is, because we've already done this once here, these flags are already set, and they will not reset until we have taken the trade and then are flat again, or we reach the end of the day. That's how it works. The flags are sequential, but they're not. It doesn't have to be in rapid immediate sequence. They just have to be. They have to be sequential, and they have to be unique. So there's the original first signal is right here. Now, that gave an A, or sorry for my lack of originality, but A, B, and trigger. Okay, those are the signals. So that would have been an A here and here. I moved these, thinking that that's going to affect that, but I also know the way the way the flags work, and that's up here.
If this were also 1 and this were also 1, we'd have them all over the place. But because they were supposed to fire once and then be set to 0 by the 0 flag rule, it's supposed to be that the just 1 stays in place. That's what I'm hoping. Then we needed to have this bar come into the pullback zone. That should have fired the second rule, the B rule. And then we pulled back to here, which would have been the pullback. So that would have been the trigger for a long mean reversion. And it would have been stopped out pretty close. Yep, stopped out. No, it wouldn't, because if we got long right here, this is 1 point. By the way, the trigger zones are just 1 point on either side of the IB. So if we got long at the top trigger or the IB, it is not a stop. You know, you're not very warm and fuzzy about the whole thing, but you get the point. What I'm looking for here is not to take a trade today. This volume remains ridiculously low and just generally a bad, not conducive to trading, in my opinion. Not worth not worth exposing my account to the market risk today. But I definitely want to see this trigger fire, and which means then we get an 82, 182, and we should get a 382, 282 until this rule fires and sets these 280s to 0. That way you don't have A's going and B's going all over the place. Is what I'm trying to get away from. Yeah, and I realize it's just ridiculous. But hey, I'm easily amused. But once again, these super magic lines that I have here, my super levels. That is so funny to me. I never thought about that before, you know. And I'm looking at these levels, which are just arbitrary out of no place put on this charts by me. No more having any kind of significant value or meaning to anybody in the market than my little test thing that I'm doing over here. And look at all the times that they seem to have such significant support or resistance. Amazing. Pretty amazing. I'm talking about, look at all this. Up here. Do. I mean, over here. It's crazy. Really crazy. I think. Something's crazy. Could be me. That's a possibility you have to rule out too, by the way. I think everybody's crazy except me and you, and I'm worried about you. Well, now I wanted to go up there and see if we get a signal. Just because of the wonderful things it does. I'm thinking whether to leave these as intrabar, maybe add these back to intrabar. That means that if the conditions are met, the signal would happen intrabar, right? The reason I didn't the B's is if they have a close or an open, well, an open is one thing, but if they have a close as part of their criteria, what difference does it make? You can't, it's not a signal until it's over with, right? It's not over till it's over. So how can you have a close till the bar's over? Oh yeah. Come on, get up there. Show everybody who's boss. Jump up there in that zone. Come on. Oh, what a nice brunch. I said sleepily. I think I must, older I get, I think I'm metamorphosing into some sort of a reptile where I prefer, I think, snake maybe, where I just eat and sleep immediately when I digest it. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Come on. The hell's the deal here? I leave for 5 seconds and you guys don't get this done? What's the deal? Who's not pushing? Somebody get out and push. Come on. If, well, I already said that, so no problem. Oh, man. You got to be kidding me. I got to think of a name for these levels. I'm going to start selling them called Boomer Magic or some damn thing. Okay, now something ought to happen. I don't know what, but something ought to. I think. And that did nothing at all. I'm back to the drawing board. All right. Well, that's just. That's pretty weird. Well, what is that? Let's see. That is a IB failure long right there. And it should have fired intra-bar. Oh, that's the wrong one. I'm sorry. IB failure long right there. Ah, there's my problem. I didn't correct this. Stupid. See what can happen when you're tired? Well. I can, as a matter of fact, take that right on out of there. As a matter of fact, I will take that right on out. I think I will. And I'll have to go up through every one of these rules to make sure I didn't do that same stupidness. Okay, modify rule. Now he's probably going to see a B pop up over there. Maybe. Oh, maybe not. Because we've already run through the next bar and set that back to 0 again. So now we don't have, but you see, we did get the 82 over here and we did get the 0. So that should have been right. That's the way it's supposed to be. Now let's see if I've done that on all the rest of these damn things. Excuse me. What happened to 4? Something's wrong there. Uh-oh. It's got moved way in the hell up here by mistake. I tell you. Yeah. I had changed this one, and that's correct. This is correct. Do. Okay. And you just got through changing this one, so that's all right. Or no, maybe not. Nope, this has got to be 0. I could just take those out of there. I think it might be better to leave that in there. Then there's a definite qualifier. Come on. That one's all right. Wouldn't you know it? I missed the one. I missed the one that I needed to have for the signal today. Timing is everything, isn't it? Ridiculous. I think I'm going to put this back in here. All right, let's see what we do now. What? 12. The deal there. There's another complexity to this thing too, which are these signals. And they're different. And that's something else I need to figure out. Let's see what this does. I got to figure. I don't know the sequence these signals are going to have within the. Wow. Take some thought there. My problem is I'm just barely enough of know this barely enough to be dangerous. And where these signals fall in terms of their sequence, you know. I have no clue. And the point I'm trying to make here. Ah, come on. Okay. Are you through playing around now? Sometimes this thing, like now, just has it completely screwed up. And gets all tied up and twisted in a knot, and I don't know why it sucks up all of the CPU. I have no idea. And now I don't know what just happened there that I was trying to do too. Certainly not that, that's for sure. Hope I didn't make some change down there. Well, I think I was moseying along here, I think. Now I just have to start over and see where I was. Okay. God damn it. Pretty frustrating. Yeah. And that was just a save operation. Incredible. It's just incredible. Oh, we got a trigger here. Look at there. Oh, isn't that cute? Accurate, too. I think. Jesus. Yeah, there's the trigger right there. Well, that's right, and it's just one. That's really great. Under normal circumstances, that would signal long for a mean reversion. IBF, not under this circumstance, however. Because there's one more filter, which is context. And the system, you notice, has not taken any trades. These flags and these markers that I'm doing are just signal markers. They're not part and parcel of trading. The trade stuff is completely different. So I'm going to leave it alone for now. And that would be correct. It'd be stopped out, but it would be correct. That's why I think that it's real mandatory to have a context filter, and that's what it has. So, okay, cool. Well, that seems to have worked. So let's see if that continues to do so. Didn't catch when this fired, but it had to have fired properly and then reset. Otherwise, this wouldn't be here. So I'm pretty happy about that. All right, so that's you understand how the trade system works. And this is. Thanks for stopping by. It's nice to see some people coming through here. Drop something in the chat, like, subscribe. You know, on this Friday of the last Friday of 2025, baby. That's good reason to subscribe. I'll subscribe twice for crying out loud. There you go. Double your luck. Double your luck. All right. Well, I will have no more signals going on now, so I am gonna step aside here for a minute and see what other trouble I can get into. Well, now. What do we got going on? Something's goofy. Something is amiss here, boys and girls. So here's our, there's the stop. And what this is all about, I have no idea. That's way random and not right. Now, when I backtest this, that never occurs. So I don't know. What the hell is going on? This looks like it's gotten along here, which doesn't make any sense because there's no. I wonder if something's triggered somehow on the. This is exactly why I keep this system contained within the IRT simulation environment, not pushing any of this to my live map AMP account. Okay, so well, back to the drawing board. All right, what's happening here? Well, not much because it didn't make it 12 ticks from where I last left it thing. So, yeah. It's Friday, the something or another, 26th of December, last Friday in 25. Hope you have a great weekend. I'm going to just push along here. Thanks for dropping by the stream. Thumbs up, subscribe would be great. Here the system has been busy here working. It's still within this trade. Hasn't stopped or obviously or hasn't gotten to T2 yet. Got to T1, so it's scaled. What will happen now at 2:30? This will close off because the end of day. I've got 2 end of day rules, which if it's still in a position at the end of the day, it'll shut that off. So yeah, there's that. Water. I'll be right back. Not much of a day here, huh? Well, they still have a couple more days in this year to try for their all-time high up here, or not. Okay. Well, let's take a look at the backtesting stuff here, I guess. This whole theory around backtesting I talked about earlier with the idea of approaching trading as a business is to determine a setup, the parameters that validate entry with that setup, and then to backtest them over a statistically significant data, so that you have outside of random distribution, and you can determine whether you really have a valid setup with expectancy or not. This is the rules. Now I've added these flags here working on the for the signal markers. And I'm not sure what effect that's going to have on this backtest, but here we go. The way this works is, the way the backtest engine in IRT works is, you determine, set up the backtest, what instrument, contracts, session, how many days you want to look at, what reports you want to see, and then you can run the backtest. And the computer will then very, methodically and absolutely evaluate every rule over every 1 minute bar, back as many days or hour, whatever periodicity you set this at, that you want to have, that you've set up, right? 1 day, 500 days, whatever. I'm a little apprehensive here to mess with this too hard, because it's still the system is still working this chart, this live data, until 2:30. But it should be able to handle that without a problem. So the way I would normally, you can backtest it any way you want to do. You can go back manually and go over every bar, backtest. I just think the most expeditious way to do it, that makes sense to me. For example, let's go back. I have no idea what the result's going to be, because I made those changes and didn't do another backtest since last night. Let's look back 500 days. Now imagine how long it would take you to go back 500 trading days and evaluate these rules over every 1 minute bar and over 500 days. And that'll be somewhere around 220,000 bars. I know that. And imagine how long do you think that would take you? Well, it took the system 495 days. It went back 495 days and took 7 seconds. That's the evaluation, 450 trades, 220 long, short. Now there's been a big impact based on these flags. So this will require looking into over this weekend, which is when I do this stuff typically. There's the number of winners. There's the number of losers. There's the total number of trades. The difference is scratch. There's $83 average winner and $30 average loser, which is about right. There's 8 consecutive winners and 6 consecutive losers. And if you want to get really into it, the weeds here, you can look at that's how the rules apply. You can look at every trade starting in the 23rd of January of 2024 and look at every trade, the entry type, what the outcome was, and the result in profit. And what I do is then every one of these is a back test. Going back 493 days, 495 days, and the instrument, obvious stuff. Tick price, how many periodicity, the T1, T2, stop T1, T2, how many contracts were traded, and the results of all of this. Now that's a proper back test. With this information, then, you know what your win rate is, loss rate, expectancy, R factor, risk to reward ratio, and profit factor, etc. So you know whether it's really a viable setup that has mathematically, statistically proven expectancy and an edge. And if so, you should take every one of those examples that presents itself in the real market. That's the way to go. And that's how I think you need to approach here Trump's had a bunch to say here. I was afraid. I didn't figure he could keep away from the microphone all day. Oh, good. Didn't have any impact on the market. That's great. So I'll be really interested now to start back through the back testing here and see how these flags have impacted. Let's see something else. Okay. Have impacted the back test and the trading system. I don't really see how they could have impacted it, to be honest with you, because they don't. The system doesn't have anything to do with these rules right here, except for the pack that, let's see something here. Ah, yes. These rules, these here, the 1A, no? Yeah, well, I'll have to look into it. Like I said, I just finished doing some of the things with those, with these new elements that I did over last night, just before I went to bed, actually. These flags to get these signal markers to work properly. Also, another thing that I found out, if you were not around here in the morning, I found out how to properly do replay on IRT. It does work. And for example, I can replay this exact system here on this chart, no problem. These flags, the whole thing work, and you go Alt-8, and that starts up the little backtest thing. But you must definitely have live data shut off. Best to be completely disconnected from Discord, from Rhythmic, as near as I can tell. And it worked fine. So that's what I'll be doing this weekend. And I'm pretty concerned as to why that would have such an impact on the back test. when these flags shouldn't have anything to do with. All these flags are doing is turning off these lower sets where these are variations. For example, when V80 and 280 set to 1, then a flag is triggered. Then as it comes through, loops through the system again, 280 is set to 0. So it doesn't keep repeating over and over and over wherever this instance might happen. It doesn't keep repeating the same thing over again. It doesn't keep firing the flag over and over and over again. So none of these lower levels down here should have anything to do with trading, which would mean this one. There's this entire set of rules is what is required for the computer to trade an IB high continuation failure, low continuation failure, 4 trades, 2 of each around the IBs. That's all this does. And once you've done with that, then you move on to the next setup. And there you go. Okay, I'm going to look at this, get some tea here, and we will then do the recap at the bottom of the hour like usual. Wait for the market on close imbalance at 1450 and wrap the stream up at 1500, which is the standard thing every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning for the pre-market and all the setup and review of the overnight, etc. Put the statistics all together for for our upcoming trading day, and then proceed from the open through the cash close at 8:30 through cash close at 1500. So there you go. Now, the hell's going on here? Oh, okay. Okay, there's 2:30. And there was the end of day signal fire. 11 ticks. So we took actually 23 ticks because this old indicator built by Chad Payne long ago doesn't compensate or calculate properly for more than one scale. It's used to all in, all out number of contracts. So it picks up just one here. It doesn't add in the first one. I don't care. I've mentioned it to Lynn, but I'm sure they got a lot more important things to do than worry about that. And I'm probably one of the few people that use this thing on a regular basis. I don't know, maybe not. But there's the end of day fire as it's expected to be right here. These end of day rules, which specifically for that, so you don't hold overnight or get into some carry margin or something like that. There you go. Now it's going to. Yeah, that's good enough, I guess. So, yeah. All right. Well, here's our day. Not much of one. Range is just a little about 25 handles now. Stretched it just a little bit down here. Not by much. By 4 handles to be exact, when they took out that IB low. And extremely light volume. When we opened, it was 34%. It got up as high as 44, and now it's down to about 42. This is percent of volume. We should be trading about 1.8 million at this point. We're trading 461,000 contracts. And our ATR, which is our price movement per bar, is 3 ticks. So let that be, it's very definitely, that is a no-go item in my checklist, this volume. Now, Monday we'll be back with guns blazing, and Tuesday, and we'll see what happens after that. And then we go again with the holiday. So, yeah, here we are. MES, MNQ, MES, and the regular ES. Light volume, as we just were talking about, here's today. So they tried, but they just ran out of gas. We have another gap up. Did not close the gap low again. So we are working on a gap here and now another gap over here. So, yeah, that's always fun. We've just gone through the backtesting story and the wrong damn contract. I don't know why that is, how that got changed, but that's pretty crazy. Oh, it's completely been taken away from here. The MNQ, there we go. No, we don't want to use the micros. It should be the NQ. The minis. I'll have to add that in. I don't know what happened there. Something happened when I rolled it, I guess. That's pretty weird. Over the holidays. This thing crashed on me a time or two when I was doing some backtesting stuff, so it doesn't like that. Hey, Panda, how are you? All right, let's get on to the proper. Let's see what we're doing over here now. So I guess you don't need to be told, but we'll try it again. This is the investing.com, which is my primary news source. It's been for years. Here's next week. Here's what we can expect for news reports next week and holidays. I like the way this presents for snapping, putting into screen snapping and, putting into Discords or whatever else. You can filter it for whatever you want. It's completely free. There's also earnings and whatever else you want to do. The other one, or the newer source that I look at, is Financial Juice. Also, this right side, the docket, you can filter however you want. And it's more of a calendar idea, but I don't like its presentation as well. However, I do like the fact that they pick up non-financial, normal financial events like press conference or something like that in this day and age when we know that those can be market moving. This side is more of a squawk box. Here's him talking about stuff, Trump, and pretty quick this will be the market on close and balance orders. That's about it for the wrap up. It's just kind of a blip, and we got tomorrow. We'll be firing up the stream at 0800 on Monday morning. Now the session prices is something I forgot about. The session prices here, I push starting every week at 1700 on Sunday through 1600 on Friday. If they would be of use to you, you can, if you're using IRT or Bookmap or another program like that, I push them they're free. I happily share them. It's a CSV. You get a CSV file, a CSV link from Google, and then you just drop it in here, and you get these live and direct and continuous from 1700 Sunday through 1600 on Friday. Happy to share those. Just like, subscribe, and drop something in the chat, and I'll be happy to hook you up. I share them with a lot of people. That is so weird. Huh. Hey, Panda. So, yeah, there we are. Let's stand by for that market on close in 10 minutes, and then we'll take it into the wire here. Take it down to the wire. Take it to the limit. One more time. My baby. What is the prettiest little panda in the whole world? Did you have a poop alert, baby girl? Lucky you was in the box and you couldn't poop. Is that what happened? Yeah. Oh, big stretch. What the hell is going on? Now, RT just crashed. Oh, great. Son of a bitch. Well, that's fun. I think I smelled something. I think I smelled a rat over there. Uh-huh. I did. This thing has merged two setups together. Jesus Christ. I'm going to leave this whole thing alone until and where's the damn ES? Where's the NQ? Huh. Sometimes IRT gets a little, oh, it's, yeah, thank you. In case you want to watch this thing stumble around, I need to add the symbol. Somehow the NQ disappeared somewhere along the line. So I just had gotten through doing this. There we go. NQH6. Okay, everybody happy with that? Yes. This is, it's a little cantankerous sometimes here. Sometimes. Don't ask me. Okay. Pain in the ass. Now I've got to get back and take that whole other. Take these whole other. I don't want that. Okay, we got a minute till the market on close and balance. Let's look at that. I mean, a minute. Less than a minute. Should pop up right here, and we'll see what happens, if anything, over here in the 30 seconds. And my guess is nothing. Oh boy, there's a big pop there, huh? Yeah, it's typical for the day. And we'll see what we get over here as far as the actual numbers go. And I'll be happy when this is over. This was a real slow going day here. And that's unfortunately a reality of trading as a business rather than a video game or an adrenaline rush or whatever else. There we are. So we've got sell side all across the board. S&P 500 is 582 million contracts. NASDAQ 100, 540 million. Dow 30 is 110 million. And the Mag 7 is 490 million. Sell side imbalance across the board. Okay, there you have it. And that's going to put up 10 more minutes or so, 9 minutes on the day. And this session's going to grind into oblivion. Be sure to drop a note or a thumbs up or something in the chat there for if you'd like to use the session prices, or they would be helpful for you. And be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the little bell thing if you'd like. Would be a big help. I'd really appreciate it. And that'll let you know that when the stream's coming live. But I can tell you right now, it's every trading day morning at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. And it goes continuously live until 1500 into the cash close. I trade live, funded by me, funded account, not a prop thing or any of that, real, actual AMP trading live account right here. And no trades taken off the stream. It's 100% accountable and transparent. So there you go. And now I'm going to try to figure out why. Quite what I wanted to do, but okay, let's. Okay. Now I'm going to have to get in here and knock out all of those things. And I don't understand what in the hell, how that happens. But sometimes it gets confused. Now all of these things here are being being replicated in my setup. And here's what I mean. There's, why is that there? Boom, doesn't belong there. Why is this here? It doesn't belong there. Is anything else lurking around over here? I don't think so. Okay. Come on, IRT, get your shit together. Okay. Save that one again. Why that? How it does that, I don't know. One of the things about IRT that I don't particularly care for. All of these windows are floating. I can put any one of these windows anywhere. I can put this over here on top of Bookmap. They're all floating outside of the container. And that's by their direction. That's by IRT saying do this that way. I prefer not to, frankly. But they don't, I don't think they care much what I think. Now, maybe there's been something transpire that I'm not aware of below these many years, but I don't think so. So there we have that. And we're going to wrap this up at 1500. And what I'm going to do now is take the signals off the chart here. Take the system off the chart. Boy, it's having a hard time thinking, isn't it? Okay. That should ease things up a bit. Save the hell out of everything. That's always a good thing to do. Yeah. So the system took 2 trades in the IRT simulated environment, and you saw why I make sure that that's the case. And yeah, I'll be doing some back testing and figuring out what the difference here is on that. And we'll be wrapping the stream up at the top of the hour here. We got 3.5 minutes left. Have yourself a great, safe weekend. Remember something that's really important. The most valuable tool you have in your trading office or piece of equipment in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. Think about that. All the time and money you spend on monitors and software and setups and mentoring or whatever it is, your eyes take all that information in, your brain processes it all, and you make financial decisions that affect you and your family. And probably, at least most people, don't take very good care of that. Make sure you're hydrated. Make sure you're properly rested. Make sure you're not on emotional tilt. Make sure you work out. You know, like I mentioned, I have a big enough office. I step back and do squats and stuff while I'm walking. And I'm old. Do squats while I'm watching the monitor, the stream here, you know, the charts. And I've got some dumbbells in here for a little weight stuff and a pull-up bar in the doorway. I try to get a walk every day or at least 10, 12 miles on the weekend. You've got to do that. And the older you get, trust me, take this another tidbit of advice here. The older you get, the faster it is to get out of shape and the harder it is to get back in. And we are in one of the most competitive businesses that there is, that exists. And we compete against the top, most intelligent, most heavily funded, almost unlimited funding opportunities and, programming and floors, hundreds of programmers and quants working on these things. And we're competing with those guys. So you got to give yourself every possible edge that you can. And then on top of everything else, be sure that you have a great weekend. Get ready for New Year's and get these holidays out of our way and get on to a fantastic trading year. Be back Monday morning at 0800 Central Standard Time with the pre-market, and make sure that you mark that down or put the little bell thing or whatever in YouTube. Oh, also, I think I forgot early this morning. I stream 1440p, so high def. If that's not crystal clear on your side, then click the gear button in YouTube. I stream to YouTube so that it adds another layer of transparency and accountability. Plus, I can review the streams on any device, which is pretty handy because these are two stand-up desks, and I'm just standing here from about 6 in the morning till around 2200 at night. So, it's nice to be able to not be standing up here all the time. And there you have it. There is the wrap-up. So have yourself a great weekend. Mind the old guy now. Shut your screens down, rest your eyes, get outside, let those short focus muscles relax, get some natural light. Take care of yourself. Have a